Aarti will start the lyrics for the Aarti are up here. Please read after me, join me as we do again. Hare Krishna. Shri Radha Gokulanand ki, Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Gauranitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Shri Radha Gokulanand ki jai, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai.
So if everyone could please sit down now, finishing their prayers. Thank you very much. Namaste Narashimaya Pralada Hiranyakashipu Vakshaya Shilatankana Kalaye Ito Nishimo Bharato Nishimo Yato Yato Yamitato Nishimo Pahe Nishimo Hirade Nishimo Narashima Madim Sharanam Prapade Tavakara Kamararavenakam Abhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringam Keshavadvita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nrsingadev, 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 Jaya Nrsingadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Singing of Bhagavan Ki Jai, Prahlad Maharaj Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So thank you everyone for coming. We'll be serving Mahaprasad in the Sri Krishna Haveli very shortly. Hare Krishna.
Do that, Nick.
Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavansham Shri Rupam Chakrajatam सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्णपदान् सगन ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, everybody. This is not working.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna, everybody. For those of you that are able to hear me and are not too much absorbed in conversation, we're going to continue until 6 o'clock with some chanting and hearing. We're specifically going to be reading from this wonderful book called Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So if you're interested in hearing about the Lord, who He is, what He does, and what is our relationship with Him, please stick around. And then at 6 p.m. we'll have Bhagavad Gita class. Just before we begin hearing about Sri Krishna, we're going to offer a few prayers. This will take roughly 5 minutes or a little bit more. And these are prayers in glorification of the Lord and His various expansions, incarnations, associates, and servants. Vande Guru Isha Bhaktan Isham Ishavatarakam Tat Prakasham Shatachakti Krishna Chaitanya Samjnakam Vande Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Sahorito Gauraya Pushpavanto Chitra Shando Tamonudao Yaradvaitam Brahmopanishadi Tarapyasya Tanupha Ya Atmantarayami Purusha itiso Syam Shavibhava Sharaishvaryay Purno Yaiha Bhagavan Sasvayamayam Nachaitanyat Krishnach Jagati Paratatvam Paramiha Hanarpita Charim Chirat Karanaya Vatirna Kalau Samarpayitum Munatoj Valarasam Sva Bhakti Shriyam Hari Purata Sundara Duti Karamba Sandipita Sada Hridaya Kandare Spuratu Vashacinandana Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikritir Hladini Shakti Rasmat Ekatmana Vapibu Vipura Dehabedam Gitautau Chaitanyakyam Prakatamaduna Tadvayam Chaikyam Aptam Radha Bhavad Yutisuvalitam Naumi Krishna Swarupam Shri Radhaya Pranaya Mahima Kiddisho Vanayaiva Svadyo Yena Adbhuta Madhurima Kiddisho Vamadiya Saukyam Chasya Maranubhavata Kiddisham Vetilopat Tadbhavadhya Samajani Shachi Garbha Sindau Harindu Sankarshana Karana Toyashayi Garbhodashayi Chapayobdishayi Sheshaschayasyam Shakalasa Nityananda Kirama Sharanamamastu Sankarshana Karana Toyashayi Garbhodashayi Chapayobdishayi Sheshaschayasyam Shakalasa Nityananda Kirama Sharanamamastu Mayati Te Vyapi Vaikuntaloke Purnaishvarye Shri Chaturvyuhamadhye Rupam Yasyodbhati Sankarshanakyam Tam Shri Nityananda Ramam Prapadye Maya Bharta Janda Sangha Shayanga Shete Sakshatkaranam Bhoti Madhye Yasyakamsha Shri Pumanari Devas Tam Shri Nityananda Ramam Prapadye Yasyam Shamsha Srila Garbho Dashayi Yannabhyajam Loka Sanghatanalam Loka Sashtu Sutika Dhamadhatus Tam Shri Nityananda Ramam Prapadye Yasyam Sham Shamsha Paratma Kilanam Poshta Vishnur Bhati Duktaptishayi Kshauni Bharta Yatkala Sopyanantas Tam Shri Nityananda Ramam Prapadye. Mahavishnu Jagatkarta Mayaya Sujatyara Tasyavatara Evayam Advaitacharya Ishvara Advaitam Harinadvaitat Acharyam Bhakti Samshanat Bhaktavataram Isham Tam Advaitacharyam Ashraye Pancha Tattvatmakam Krishnam Bhakta Rupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Jayatam Surata Pangur Mama Mandamater Gati Matsarvasvaparam Bhojao Radhamadana Mohanao Divyad Vrindaranya Kalpadrumadha Srimad Ratnagara Simhasanastao Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Devao Prishtali Bisevyamano Smarami Shriman Rasarasaram Pivam Shivatatastita Karshan Venusvanar Gopir Gopinata Shri Estuna Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhakta Vrinda Etina Thakur Goriyake Kariyache Natmasat Etina Racharana Vandong Tine Moranata Kanterarambe Kari Mangalacharana Guru Vaishnava Bhagavan Tinera Smarana Tinera Smarane Hoya Vigna Vinashana Anayase Hoya Nija Vanchita Purana. Nama Om Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prishta Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamana Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Shatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. We're continuing our reading from Krishna book, chapter 46, or in some editions it's chapter 47. Anyway, it's the delivery of the message of Lord Krishna to the gopis. Lord Krishna has dispatched his dear, confidential friend, Uddhava. Uddhava has come to Vrindavan to study for himself the exalted nature of the bhakti possessed by the cowherd damsels of Vrindavan. And Krishna has also delivered a message to the gopis through Uddhava. And the gopis have responded to that message. So we're picking up from where we left off yesterday. Uddhava was attracted by the attitude of the gopis because they were completely attached to Krishna. And Uddhava was inspired by the gopis' anxiety for Krishna. Right? We were hearing how service to the Lord with feelings of separation is the most exalted state of Krishna consciousness. To always be engaged in the Lord's service, feeling separation from Him. This was taught by Lord Chaitanya himself, who is Krishna, appearing in this age of Kali, and all of the followers of Lord Chaitanya, especially the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan. They have taught this mood of serving Krishna, feeling separation, while performing such service. Uddhava began to offer the gopis his respectful obeisances and composed songs in praise of their transcendental qualities as follows. Among all the living entities who have accepted the human form of life, the gopis are super excellently successful in their mission. Their thought is thoroughly absorbed in the lotus feet of Krishna. Great sages and saintly persons are also trying to be absorbed in meditation upon the lotus feet of Krishna, who is Mukunda himself, the giver of liberation. But the gopis, having lovingly accepted the Lord, are automatically accustomed to this habit. Their thought is thoroughly absorbed in the lotus feet of Krishna. Great sages and saintly persons are also trying to be absorbed in meditation upon the lotus feet of Krishna, who is Mukunda himself, the giver of liberation. But the gopis, having lovingly accepted the Lord, are automatically accustomed to this habit. What is that habit? Of being absorbed in meditation on the Lord's lotus feet. They do not depend on any yogic practice. The conclusion is that one who has attained the gopis' condition of life does not have to take birth as Lord Brahma, or be born in a Brahmana family, or be initiated as a Brahmana. Right, so simply by attaining the same condition of life as the gopis, one has already achieved the purpose of any exalted birth in this material world. And the only purpose of such a birth is to fully realize one's eternal relationship with the Lord and to go back home, back to Godhead. Sri Uddhava confirmed the statement of Bhagavad Gita spoken by Lord Krishna. One who takes shelter of him for the right purpose, be he a Shudra or lower, will attain the highest goal of life. The gopis have set the standard of devotion for the whole world. By following in the footsteps of the gopis, by constantly thinking of Krishna, one can attain the highest perfectional stage of spiritual life. The gopis were not born of any highly cultured family. They were born of cowherd men, and yet they developed the highest love of Krishna. For self-realization or God-realization, there is no need to take birth in a high family. The only thing needed is ecstatic development of love of God. In achieving perfection in Krishna consciousness, no other qualification is required than to be constantly engaged in the loving service of Krishna. Krishna is the supreme nectar, the reservoir of all pleasure. The effect of taking up Krishna consciousness is just like that of drinking nectar. With or without one's knowledge, it will act. The active principle of Krishna consciousness will manifest itself everywhere. It does not matter how and where one has taken his birth. Krishna will bestow his benediction upon anyone who takes to Krishna consciousness without any doubt. The supreme benediction attained by the gopis, in spite of their being born in the family of cowherd men, was never attained even by the goddess of fortune herself, and certainly not by the denizens of heaven, though their bodily forms are like lotuses. The gopis are so fortunate that during Rasa Lila, Krishna personally embraced them with his arms. Krishna kissed them face to face. Certainly, it is not possible for any woman in the three worlds to achieve this except the gopis. Uddhava appreciated the exalted position of the gopis and wished to fall down and take the dust of their feet on his head. Yet he did not dare to ask the gopis to offer the dust from their feet. Perhaps they would not be agreeable. He therefore desired to have his head smeared with the dust of the gopis' feet without their knowledge. He desired to become only an insignificant clump of grass or herbs in the land of Vrindavana. The gopis were so much attracted to Krishna that when they heard the vibration of his flute, they instantly left their families, children, honor, and feminine bashfulness and ran towards the place where Krishna was standing. They did not consider whether they were passing over the road or through the jungles. Imperceptibly, the dust of their feet was bestowed on small grasses and herbs of Vrindavana. Not daring to place the dust of the gopis' feet on his own head, Uddhava aspired to have a future birth in the position of a clump of grass and herbs. He would then be able to have the dust of the gopis' feet. Uddhava appreciated the extraordinary fortune of the gopis, who relieved themselves of all kinds of material contamination by placing on their high, beautiful breasts the lotus feet of Krishna, which are not only worshipped by the goddess of fortune, but by such exalted demigods as Brahma and Lord Shiva, and which are meditated upon by great yogis within their hearts. Thus, Uddhava desired to be able to constantly pray, to be honored by the dust of the gopis' lotus feet. The gopis' chanting of the transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna has become celebrated all over the three worlds. After living in Vrindavan for some days, Uddhava desired to go back to Krishna, and he begged permission to leave from Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda. He had a farewell meeting with the gopis, and taking permission of them also, he mounted his chariot to start for Mathura. When Uddhava was about to leave, all the inhabitants of Vrindavana, headed by Maharaj Nanda and Yashoda, came to bid him goodbye and presented him with various kinds of valuable goods secured in Vrindavana. They expressed their feelings with tears in their eyes due to intense attachment for Krishna. All of them desired benediction for Uddhava. They desired always to remember the glorious activities of Krishna and wanted their minds to be always fixed upon his lotus feet. Their words always engaged in glorifying Krishna, and their bodies always engaged in bowing down and constantly remembering him. This prayer of the inhabitants of Vrindavana is the super excellent type of self-realization. The method is very simple. To fix the mind always on the lotus feet of Krishna, to talk always of Krishna without passing on to any other subject matter, and to engage the body in Krishna's service constantly. Specifically in this human form of life, one should engage his life, his resources, words, and intelligence for the service of the Lord. Such kinds of activities only can elevate a human being to the highest level of perfection. This is the verdict of all authorities. Does anyone have any thoughts, reflections, or questions so far? We'll keep reading. Srila Prabhupada mentions here, this is very important, he says the method is very simple. The method for self-realization, to fix the mind always on the lotus feet of Krishna, which includes instructions given by the Lord and the service of the Lord's pure devotees. To talk always of Krishna without passing on to any other subject matter, and to engage the body in Krishna's service constantly. Specifically, in this human form of life, one should engage his life, his resources, words, and intelligence for the service of the Lord. Such kinds of activities only can elevate a human being to the highest level of perfection. This is the verdict of all authorities. So we have to think, how can I engage my life, my resources, my words, my intelligence for the Lord's service? What will please Him? How can I dedicate my life, my resources, my words, and my intelligence for Krishna's pleasure? We should think like this and act upon the intelligence that comes. The inhabitants of Vrindavan said, "By the will of the Supreme Authority and according to the results of our own work, we may take our birth anywhere. It doesn't matter where we are born, but our only prayer is that we may simply be engaged in Krishna consciousness." Prabhupada writes, "A pure devotee of Lord Krishna never desires to be promoted to the heavenly planets, or even to Vaikuntha or Goloka Vrindavana." That means the spiritual world. "Because he has no desire for his own personal satisfaction. A pure devotee regards both heaven and hell to be on an equal level. Without Krishna, heaven is hell. And with Krishna, hell is heaven." Nice, huh? When Uddhava had sufficiently honored the worship of the pure devotees of Vrindavana, he returned to Mathura and to his master, Krishna. After offering respects by bowing down before Lord Krishna and Balaram, he began to describe the wonderful devotional life of the inhabitants of Vrindavana. He presented all of the gifts given by the inhabitants of Vrindavan to Vasudeva, the father of Krishna, and Ugrasena, the grandfather of Krishna. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 46th chapter of Krishna, delivery of the message of Krishna to the gopis. So for a devotee of the Lord, any place is suitable, provided one can be engaged in devotional service, provided one can be engaged always in remembering Krishna and Krishna's business. Yeah, it doesn't matter where it is. If it's in hell, that's fine, because if I'm engaged in Krishna's service in hell, then it's heaven. And conversely, if the devotee goes to heaven but there is no opportunity really to absorb one's body, mind, and words in Krishna's service, then that place becomes just like hell. By the standard of material enjoyment, we would like to go to such a place as heaven, and we want to avoid such a place as hell. And there are many such heavenly and hellish places in this universe. But the standard of happiness for the devotee is not material sense gratification. The standard of happiness for the devotee is Krishna's service. Srila Prabhupada, I just listened today in one conversation, or was it a lecture? Srila Prabhupada said, by participating in Krishna's enjoyment, you enjoy as Krishna enjoys. Yes? Because we are tiny parts of the whole. So when the complete whole is enjoying, and the part cooperates in the enjoyment of the complete whole, then the tiny part participates in that enjoyment. This is actually how to enjoy. It's not possible to enjoy without Krishna. Not possible. You cannot cut yourself off from the source of enjoyment and hope to enjoy it. If one actually wants to be happy, if one actually wants to enjoy, one must connect oneself to the source of all enjoyment. How does one do that? It's very simple method. Bhakti yoga. The method is very simple, Prabhupada says. To fix the mind always on the lotus feet of Krishna. To talk always of Krishna without passing on to any other subject matter. And to engage the body in Krishna's service constantly. This service to Krishna begins with hearing. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakyam, Atma Nivedanam. The first service is to hear, and therefore we are hearing in this book, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Prabhupada wrote these books so that we would have this opportunity to render service in this way. And of course, by chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, we're also engaged in sublime service. So, from two ways: hearing about the Lord's pastimes, form, qualities, and holy name, and chanting the same, and chanting the Lord's holy names. These are great services. Assuming we are performing these services to give pleasure to Krishna, that should be our purpose. Anyabilashita shunyam, jnana karma dhyanavritam, anukulyena krishnanu shilanam, bhakti rutama. Bhakti really means to engage. Yes, that's a different verse. The topmost bhakti means anyabilashita shunyam. No ulterior motive, no desire except to give pleasure to Krishna, no desire for enjoying fruitive results in the material world, no desire for indulging in speculative philosophy that puts one in the position of equality with God on the Brahman platform. No desire for any of the results of mystic yoga practice. No desire for anything except Krishna's happiness. One achieves happiness by supplying happiness to Krishna. And this is a kind of cultivation, Krishnanushilanam. Cultivating activities that please Krishna. And one should perform such activities in a favorable mood. Kamsa, he was also thinking of Krishna constantly, but unfavorably. Kamsa did not like Krishna, to put it mildly. So this is unfavorable. But pure devotee and pure devotional service means favorable. What pleases Krishna? What does Krishna want? Right, we read earlier in this book that the purpose of Krishna consciousness is to be prepared to offer to Krishna anything that he wants. So that's the standard for Krishna's devotees. What pleases Krishna? And wherever I have an opportunity to perform such pleasing service, that is where I want to be. Any thoughts? Questions, reflections? Okay, next chapter, 47. Krishna pleases his devotees. For days together, Krishna heard from Uddhava all the details of his visit to Vrindavan, of the condition of his father and mother, and of the gopis and the cowherd boys. Lord Krishna was fully satisfied that Uddhava was able to solace them by his instruction and by the message delivered to them. Lord Krishna then decided to go to the house of Kubja, the hunchback woman who had pleased him by offering him sandalwood when he was entering the city of Mathura. For those of you that have been following our reading, when Krishna entered the city of Mathura, yes, to face Kamsa, he took his sweet time, and as he went through, he pleased various devotees. And there was one lady there, Kubja, who offered the Lord sandalwood. And she was in a hunchback condition. And the Lord, simply by standing on her toes and jolting her by the ears, he straightened her back. Expert. So she had pleased the Lord. And if one pleases the Lord, then one is immensely blessed. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna always tries to please his devotees, and the devotees try to please Krishna. This is very inspiring information. So if I become a devotee of Krishna, then I can know it that Krishna becomes interested in pleasing me. That's a wonderful thing. If God becomes interested in pleasing you, what problem remains? And therefore we should become very interested in becoming Krishna's devotee. Of course, our motive ultimately isn't to get something out of Krishna, how to extract something from him. That is not pure devotional service. But some devotees approach Krishna in that way. Either they want freedom from distress, or they want some material gain. But whatever their desire, whatever their purpose, ultimately, if they stick to the process of serving Krishna, they will become pure devotees. And that means that they will have no ulterior motive. They will simply be concerned with the Lord's satisfaction. So Krishna always tries to please his devotees, and the devotees try to please Krishna. This is pure love. As the devotees always think of Krishna within their hearts, so Krishna also thinks of his devotees within himself. When Kubja was converted into a beautiful society girl, she wanted Krishna to come to her place so that she could try to receive and worship him in her own way. Society girls generally try to satisfy their clients by offering their bodies to the men to enjoy. But this society girl, Kubja, was actually captivated by a lust to satisfy her senses with Krishna. When Krishna desired to go to the house of Kubja, he certainly had no desire for sense gratification. Right? The Lord had no selfish purpose there. He had no desire for personal sense gratification. By supplying the sandalwood pulp to Krishna, Kubja had already satisfied his senses. On the plea of her sense gratification, he decided to go to her house, not actually for sense gratification, but to turn her into a pure devotee. She was not yet a pure devotee. She had some separate, personal desire to be fulfilled by enjoying with Krishna. So Krishna went there, not for his own sense gratification, but to purify her and to advance her in loving devotional service. Krishna is always served by many thousands of goddesses of fortune. Therefore, he has no need to satisfy his senses by going to a society girl. But as he is kind to everyone, he decided to go there. It is said that the moon does not withhold its shining from the courtyard of a crooked person. Such a nice example. It is said that the moon does not withhold its shining from the courtyard of a crooked person. Similarly, Krishna's transcendental mercy is never denied to anyone, whether one has rendered service unto him through lust, anger, fear, or pure love. As Srila Prabhupada once said, just become attracted to Krishna somehow or other. Somehow or other. Even if you're the greatest rascal, debauchee, even a murderer, somehow or other, one must become attracted to Krishna. And the Lord's mercy is never denied to anyone. Just as the shining of the moon is not withheld from the courtyard of a crooked person. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is stated that if one wants to serve Krishna and at the same time wants to satisfy his own lusty desires, Krishna will handle it so that the devotee forgets his lusty desire and becomes fully purified and constantly engaged in the service of the Lord. Because that's actually what every soul needs. Every soul needs personally to become fully purified and constantly engaged in Krishna's service. No soul needs the indulgence of lusty desires which have no end. Like pouring fuel on a fire, the fire simply increases. So one may think that I'll take care of my lusty desires and be free, but actually the lust will simply increase by indulgence. The fire will grow. That is not the method of extinguishing the fire of lusty desire. One must be purified through association with Krishna. In order to fulfill his past promise, Krishna, along with Uddhava, went to the house of Kubja. When Krishna reached her house, he saw that it was completely decorated in a way to excite the lusty desires of a man. This suggests that there were many nude pictures, on top of which were canopies and flags embroidered with pearl necklaces, along with comfortable beds and cushioned chairs. The rooms were provided with flower garlands and were nicely scented with incense and sprinkled with scented water. And the rooms were illuminated by nice lamps. When Kubja saw that Lord Krishna had come to her house in order to fulfill his promised visit, she immediately got up from the chair to receive him. Accompanied by her many girlfriends, she began to talk with him with great respect and honor. After offering him a nice place to sit, she worshipped Lord Krishna in a manner just suitable to her position. Uddhava was similarly received by Kubja and her girlfriends, but he was not on an equal level with Krishna, and he simply sat down on the floor. Without wasting time, as one does in such situations, Krishna entered the bedroom of Kubja. In the meantime, Kubja took her bath and smeared her body with sandalwood pulp. She dressed herself with nice garments, valuable jewelry, ornaments, and flower garlands. Chewing betel nut and other intoxicating eatables, and spraying herself with scents, she appeared before Krishna. Her smiling glance and moving eyes were full of feminine bashfulness as she stood gracefully before Lord Krishna, who is known as Madhava, the husband of the goddess of fortune. When Krishna saw that Kubja was hesitating to come before him, he immediately caught hold of her hand, which was decorated with bangles. With great affection, he dragged her beside him and made her sit by his side. Simply by having previously supplied pulp of sandalwood to the Supreme Lord, Krishna, Kubja became free from all sinful reactions and eligible to enjoy with him. She then took Krishna's lotus feet and placed them on her breasts, which were burning with the blazing fire of lust. By smelling the fragrance of Krishna's lotus feet, she immediately became relieved of all lusty desires. She was thus allowed to embrace Krishna with her two arms, and thus mitigate her long-cherished desire to have Krishna as a visitor in her house. It is stated in the Bhagavad Gita that without being freed of all material sinful reactions, one cannot be engaged in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Simply by supplying sandalwood pulp to Krishna, Kubja was thus rewarded. She was not trained to worship Krishna in any other way. Therefore, she wanted to satisfy him by her profession. It is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita that the Lord can be worshipped even by one's profession, if it is sincerely offered for the pleasure of the Lord. Kubja then told Krishna, "My dear friend, kindly remain with me at least for a few days. Enjoy with me, you and your lotus-eyed friend. I cannot leave you immediately. Please grant my request. As stated in the Vedic versions, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has multi-potencies. According to expert opinion, Kubja represents the Purusha Shakti potency of Krishna, just as Srimati Radharani represents the Chit Shakti potency. Although she requested Krishna to remain with her for some days, Krishna politely impressed upon her that it was not possible for him to stay. Krishna visits this material world occasionally, whereas his connection with the spiritual world is eternal. Krishna is always present either in the Vaikuntha planets or in the Goloka Vrindavana planet. The technical term for his presence in the spiritual world is Prakata Lila. After satisfying Kubja with sweet words, Krishna returned to his place along with Uddhava. There is a warning in the Srimad Bhagavatam that Krishna is not very easily worshipped because he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the chief among the Vishnu Tattvas. To worship Krishna or have association with him is not a very easy job. Specifically, there is a warning for devotees who are attracted to Krishna through conjugal love. It is not good for them to desire to have sense gratification by direct association with Krishna. Actually, the activities of sense gratification are material. In the spiritual world, there are symptoms, like kissing and embracing, but there is no sense gratificatory process as it exists in the material world. This warning is specifically for those known as sahajiya, who take it for granted that Krishna is an ordinary human being. They desire to enjoy sex life with him in a perverted way. In a spiritual relationship, sense gratification is most insignificant. Anyone who desires a relationship of perverted sense gratification with Krishna must be considered to be less intelligent. His mentality requires to be reformed. After a while, Krishna fulfilled his promise to visit Akrura at his house. Akrura was in relationship with Krishna as his servitor, and Krishna wanted to get some service from him. He went there accompanied by both Lord Balaram and Uddhava. When Krishna, Balaram, and Uddhava were approaching the house of Akrura, Akrura came forward, embraced Uddhava, and offered respectful obeisances, bowing down before Lord Krishna and Balaram. Krishna, Balaram, and Uddhava offered him obeisances in turn and were offered appropriate sitting places by Akrura. When all were comfortably seated, Akrura washed their feet and sprinkled the water on his head. Then he offered nice flowers and sandalwood pulp in regular worship. All three of them became very satisfied by the behavior of Akrura. Akrura then bowed down before Krishna, putting his head on the ground. Then, keeping Krishna's lotus feet on his lap, Akrura began to gently massage them. When Akrura was fully satisfied in the presence of Krishna and Balaram, his eyes became filled with tears of love for Krishna, and he began to offer his prayers as follows. My dear Lord Krishna, it is very kind of you to have killed Kamsa and his associates. You have delivered the whole family of the Yadu dynasty from the greatest calamity. Your saving of the great Yadu dynasty will always be remembered by them. My dear Lord Krishna and Balaram, you are the original personality from whom everything has emanated. You are the original cause of all causes. You have inconceivable energy, and you are all-pervasive. But for yourself, there is no other cause and effect, gross or subtle. You are the Supreme Brahman, realized by the study of the Vedas. By your inconceivable energy, you are actually visible before us. You create this cosmic manifestation by your own potencies, and you enter into it yourself. As the 5 material elements, earth, water, fire, air, and sky, are distributed in everything manifested by different kinds of bodies, so you alone enter into different varieties of bodies, created by your own energy. So everything in this material world is simply a permutation of these 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether, or sky. So these 5 elements are distributed in everything that exists in this world, in the form of different bodies. And also, similarly, Akrura is saying that Krishna alone enters into different varieties of bodies, which are created by his own energy. He says, you enter the body as the individual soul, because the individual soul is one of Krishna's energies, his jiva shakti, potency. Every individual soul is an energy of Krishna. Akrura says, you enter the body as the individual soul, as well as independently as the supersoul. The material body is created by your inferior energy. So there's the body, the soul, and the supersoul. The body is made of material energy, inferior energy. The living entities, individual souls, are part and parcel of you. And the supersoul is your localized representation. So the jivatmas, the individual souls, they are tiny fragmental parts and parcels of Krishna. And the supersoul is Krishna's localized representation. Right? Krishna, local Krishna. How awesome is that? Krishna is not just in his own abode in Goloka Vrindavan, enjoying pastimes with his devotees. He's also local within this material creation in the form of supersoul. He's so local that he is even within the heart of the atomic, fragmental jivatmas. This material body, the living entity, and the supersoul constitute an individual living being. But originally, they are all different energies of the one Supreme Lord. Right? You take anybody in this world, anybody, any living thing. Take a praying mantis, right? Just for example's sake. What is the praying mantis? It's a particular configuration of matter. Yeah? So a body formed and appearing in a certain way. There's a living entity inside that praying mantis body. It is enjoying the body of the praying mantis. And along with that soul is the supersoul, who does not identify in any way as a praying mantis or any other body of this material realm, because he is always transcendentally situated. He does not identify with matter. So the material body, the living entity, and the supersoul constitute an individual living being, such as praying mantis. But originally, they are all different energies of the one Supreme Lord, right? All expanded from Krishna. Akrura continues, in the material world, you are creating, maintaining, and dissolving the whole manifestation by interaction of 3 qualities, namely goodness, passion, and ignorance. You are not implicated by the activities of those material qualities because your supreme knowledge is never overcome, as is the case with the individual living entity. Right? So the living entities, each of us, we're overcome. Our knowledge, our original spiritual knowledge is overcome with the material qualities. But Krishna is never under the spell of his own material energy. He is always transcendental and in control. Srila Prabhupada writes, as the Supreme Lord enters into this material creation, and thus the creation, maintenance, and destruction are going on in their due course, so the part and parcel living entity enters the material elements and has his material body created for him. The difference between the living entity and the Lord is that the living entity is part and parcel of the Supreme Lord and has the tendency to be overcome by the interactions of material qualities. So, both the Lord and the individual souls are sentient, conscious, eternal. And both of them have a relationship with the insentient material energy. But the individual souls, they can be overcome by that material energy, whereas Krishna cannot be overcome. We can think of it like this. There's the sun in the sky, there's the human being on the ground, and the sun shines on the human being, and the human being sees the sun. But if a cloud passes between the sun and the human being, then the human being can no longer see the sun. Right? Now the human being is in some degree of darkness. The cloud does not cover the sun. The cloud covers the human being's vision. The sun is perfectly situated in the sky. And if you rise above the clouds on your jet airplane, you can perceive directly how the sun is still shining bright. So the living entities in this material world are covered by the material qualities of Krishna. By Krishna's material energy. But Krishna himself is never covered. Just like the cloud never covers the sun. The cloud simply covers the vision of one who is beneath the cloud. And what is the cloud? The cloud is the creation of the sun's energy. By the action of the sun, the ocean water is evaporated, and that forms a cloud. In the same way, this material energy is Krishna's energy. And this material energy can cover another of Krishna's energies, the individual living beings. In order to be free from the influence of this covering energy, one has to take shelter of the Supreme Lord. And then this covering can be removed. So Prabhupada writes, the difference between the living entity and the Lord is that the living entity is part and parcel of the Supreme Lord and has the tendency to be overcome by the interactions of material qualities. Krishna, the Para Brahman, or the Supreme Brahman, being always situated in full knowledge, is never overcome by such activities, never overcome by the activities of material nature. Therefore, Krishna's name is Achyuta, meaning he who never falls down. Krishna's knowledge of spiritual identity is never overcome by material action. Whereas the identity of the minute part and parcel living entities is prone to be overcome by material action. The individual living entities are eternally part and parcel of God. As minute sparks of the original fire, Krishna, they have the tendency to become extinguished. If the sparks, if they fly away or fall away at a distance from the fire, they are easily extinguished. But if they remain close to the fire, then they display their true fiery nature. Akrura continued, the less intelligent class of men misunderstand your transcendental form to be also made of material energy. That concept is not at all applicable to you. Right, so less intelligent men, they misunderstand that Krishna's form, which is transcendental, they think that it's made of material energy. This is a big mistake. Right, the Lord says, fools deride me when I descend as I am. They do not know my transcendental nature as the Lord of all that be. They think that Krishna has assumed this transcendental identity and form. Temporarily, they think that he has taken this on, but they are mistaken by the Lord's own version. He comes as he is eternally, and he appears by his own spiritual energy. Akrura says, actually, you're all spiritual, and there is no difference between you and your body. Because of this, there is no question of your being conditioned or liberated. Right? Because Krishna, he's never conditioned by the material world, therefore there's no question of him requiring any kind of liberation. And it would make no sense to say that he's liberated, because what does that mean? He was never in a non-liberated condition. Liberated means to be freed from something. Well, Krishna was never entangled by anything, so it's ridiculous to suggest that he could be either conditioned or liberated. Because there's no difference between the Lord and the Lord's body. He's all spiritual. You are ever liberated in any condition of life. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, only the fools and rascals consider you to be an ordinary man. Avajananti mamudha, manushim tanamashritam. To consider your lordship to be one of us, conditioned by the material nature, is a mistake due to our imperfect knowledge. When people deviate from the original knowledge of the Vedas, they try to identify the ordinary living entities with your lordship. Right, Akrura is accurately describing the potential for things going haywire with the Vedic knowledge or with the understanding of Vedic knowledge. When people deviate from the original knowledge of the Vedas, they try to identify the ordinary living entities with your lordship. So in Shankaracharya's Advaita interpretation of Vedanta, he and his followers imagine that the living entities are identical with the Supreme in every way. This is a deviation from the original knowledge of the Vedas. Srila Prabhupada said this deviation has spoiled the whole world. I was listening to a conversation today, and it was a morning walk actually, and some of the guests on the morning walk were remarking how Prabhupada was very strong in his position. Actually, they said, Prabhupada, oh, you're very hard, you're very harsh. It wasn't a criticism, they were just actually observing how Prabhupada was uncompromising in this way. And Prabhupada said, yes, and I have to be more hard as well, because this Mayavad has spoiled the whole world. This idea, this imaginary idea that the living entity can become equal with the Supreme in every respect, has created havoc throughout the world. It's not just some quaint philosophy, lingering on in India there. It's something that is noticeable and observable all over the world, if one cares to look. People very much imagine that they can bend reality to their will. There are actually some, self-help thinkers and speakers and whatnot who talk like this. Just that your mind is powerful and you have unlimited potential within you, and you can bend reality to your will and realize how you are the master of everything practically. So this is a poor fund of knowledge, and certainly it represents a deviation from the original knowledge of the Vedas. Such people, they want to enjoy all the facilities of Krishna's creation, and they want to, yes, exalt themselves and glorify the energy and power and prowess and potency of Krishna's energies, including the energy that they're invested with as individual souls, because the individual soul is a creative entity, no doubt. We have creative power. But not independently. Everyone is dependent on the Supreme Source. And if Krishna withdraws any potency, then where is your ability to perform any action? It's gone. So there are 5 factors of action Krishna mentions in the Bhagavad Gita. And practically the most important is Daiva. The Supersoul. Without the help, sanction, blessings of the Supersoul, you get nowhere, go nowhere and get nothing. So people who talk as if they are the masters of all they survey, and they can achieve anything they want just by putting their mind to it, they're dreaming. Well, they're missing a very important piece of the picture, and that important piece is that they're like little children under the care and jurisdiction of the Father. And without the Father's will, there is no question of achieving anything they set their heart to. Akrura continues here. Your Lordship has appeared on this earth in your original form in order to reestablish the real knowledge that the living entities are neither one with nor equal to the Supreme God. My dear Lord, you are always situated in uncontaminated goodness, Shuddha Sattva. Your appearance is necessary to reestablish actual Vedic knowledge, as opposed to the atheistic philosophy which tries to establish that God and the living entities are one and the same. Yes, this is atheistic philosophy. Advaita is actually atheistic, because it tries to establish that God and the living entities are one and the same. It wants to do away with the eternal distinction between the Supreme and the Supreme's energy. So Akrura says, your appearance is necessary to reestablish actual Vedic knowledge, as opposed to the atheistic philosophy, which tries to establish that God and the living entities are one and the same. Atheism doesn't just mean that you think there is no supreme controller. Atheism also means to misinterpret, misunderstand who God is. Atheism means to imagine that oneself is God. That's atheism. That's what it comes down to, isn't it? Where is God? I am God. This is atheism. My dear Lord Krishna, this time you have appeared in the home of Vasudeva as his son, along with your plenary expansion, Sri Balaram. Your mission is to kill all the atheistic royal families, along with their huge military strength. You have advented yourself to minimize the overburden of the world. And in order to fulfill this mission, you have glorified the dynasty of Yadu, appearing in the family as one of its members. My dear Lord, today my home has become purified by your presence. I have become the most fortunate person in the world. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is worshipable by all different kinds of demigods, Peters, which means forefathers, right? Living entities, kings, and emperors. Let's read this again. So Akrura is saying that he has become the most fortunate person in the world. He says the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is worshipable by all different kinds of demigods, Peters, living entities, kings, and emperors, and who is the super soul of everything, has come into my home. The water of his lotus feet is purifying the three worlds. And now he has kindly come to my place. Right? When we understand how it is that Krishna, who is greater than the greatest, larger than the largest, and everywhere, all pervading, how he is able to present himself in such a way that, just a size just suitable for one's appreciation. Yes? So he entered Akrura's home like this. The Supreme Absolute Truth, the cause of all causes, the source of everything that be, appears in a form which is of a suitable, size, so that I can actually relate to him. That's amazing. Just like in the temple, we have the Archa Vigraha, the deity form of the Lord. He appears in a size that we can approach, relate to, gaze on with our eyes. If he was, if his magnitude was on a quantum level, a nano level, how could we see him, right? If you needed a microscope, then that would be more difficult. And by the same token, if he was the size of, a skyscraper or something, then it may not be so easy to walk up to him and receive his gaze and offer you prayers. So this is Krishna's merciful form in the temple, the Archa Vigraha. Akrura says, who is there in the three worlds among factually learned men who will not take shelter of your lotus feet and surrender unto you? Right, this is another way of saying that if one is actually factually a learned person, right, he will definitely take shelter of Krishna's lotus feet and surrender unto him. If one does not do that, one is certainly not a factually learned person. Who, knowing well that no one can be as affectionate as you are to your devotees, is so foolish that he will decline to become your devotee. Right? If one actually knows how affectionate Krishna is to his devotees, like we read earlier, Krishna always wants to please his devotees, and his devotees always want to please him. So one who knows that Krishna is how affectionate he is to his devotees, who will be so foolish as to decline to become the Lord's devotee? Only one who is utterly without good information. Throughout the Vedic literature, it is declared that you are the dearmost friend of every living entity. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Suhridam Sarvabhutanam. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, completely capable of fulfilling the desires of your devotees. You are the real friend of everyone. In spite of giving yourself to your devotees, you are never depleted of your original potency. Your potency neither decreases nor increases in volume. Right, so Krishna is able to give himself completely to his devotees, but he is not drained. He is not like us. He does not become drained. Right? He is always full. My dear Lord, it is very difficult for even the great mystic yogis and demigods to ascertain your movement. You cannot be approached by them, and yet out of your causeless mercy you have kindly consented to come to my home. This is the most auspicious moment in the journey of my material existence. And so Akrura here is recognizing that in the journey of his material existence, he has been to many places and been many things in many bodies. And he says everything is coming to this point. Everything culminates here. He says this is the most auspicious moment in the journey of my material existence, that the Lord himself has personally come to visit me in my home. By your grace only, I can just understand that my home, my wife, my children, and my worldly possessions are all different bonds to material existence. Please cut the knot and save me from this entanglement of false society, friendship, and love. Srila Prabhupada writes, Lord Sri Krishna was very pleased by Akrura's offering of prayers. His smile was captivating Akrura more and more. The Lord replied to him as follows, My dear Akrura, in spite of your submissiveness, I consider you to be my superior, on the level with my father and teacher and most well-wishing friend. You are therefore worshipable by me, and since you are my uncle, I am always to be protected by you. I desire to be maintained by you because I am one of your own children. Apart from this filial relationship, you are always to be worshipped. Anyone who desires good fortune must offer his respectful obeisances unto personalities like you. You are more than the demigods. People go to worship the demigods when they are in need of some sense gratification. The demigods offer benediction to their devotees after being worshipped by them. But a devotee like Akrura is always ready to offer the greatest benediction to the people. A saintly person or devotee is free to offer benediction to everyone, whereas the demigods can offer benediction only after being worshipped. One can take advantage of the place of pilgrimage only after going there. By worshipping the particular demigod, it takes a long time for fulfillment of the desire. But saintly persons like you, my dear Akrura, can immediately fulfill all the desires of the devotees. My dear Akrura, you are always our friend and well-wisher. You are always ready to act for our welfare. Kindly, therefore, go to Hastinapura and see what arrangement has been made for the Pandavas. Srila Prabhupada writes, Krishna was very anxious to know about the sons of Pandu, because at a very young age they had lost their father. Being very friendly to his devotees, Krishna was anxious to know about them, and therefore he deputed Akrura to go to Hastinapura and get information of the real situation. Krishna continued to say, I have heard that after the death of King Pandu, his young sons, Yudhishthira, Bhima, Arjuna, Nakula, and Sahadeva, along with their widowed mother, have come under the charge of Dhritarashtra, who is to look after them as their guardian. But I have also heard that Dhritarashtra is not only blind from birth, but also blind in his affection for his cruel son Duryodhana. The 5 Pandavas are the sons of King Pandu, but Dhritarashtra, due to his plans and designs, is not favorably disposed towards the Pandavas. Kindly go there and study how Dhritarashtra is dealing with the Pandavas. On receipt of your report, I shall consider how to favor the Pandavas. In this way, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, ordered Akrura to go to Hastinapura. And then he returned home, accompanied by Balarama and Uddhava. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 47th chapter of Krishna. Krishna pleases his devotees. So we're going to have Bhagavad Gita class in a few minutes. The verse is 642. I have been given the task of delivering the class. So I'm going to move from this seat to that other seat. Audaciously, I will move my body there. Hare Krishna. And okay, let's do that now. We'll start the next chapter called Ill-Motivated Dhritarashtra. We'll start that tomorrow at around 4:45. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Thank you. I need all the luck I can get. Okay, we have cartels. We just need to make that screen larger. Can I just ask you, there's a keyboard behind you, and it'll be on top. You know, otherwise there's a drawer, there's a pull-out drawer. At the top there's a pull-out drawer. There's a little keyboard in it, yeah? Can you bring it to me, please? We're going to have Bhagavad Gita class now. Thank you. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Let's put it here. Okay. Who knows this song? Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Great. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tiravanachari. Jamuna Tiravanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tiravanachari. Jamuna Tiravanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. So our class today is on Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, text 42. I'm just going to get my own pocket Bhagavad Gita out. Can everybody see the screen okay?
Yes.
All right. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Okay. So we'll go line by line. I say once, you say once. Yeah? Atava yoginameva. Atava yoginameva. Kule bhavati dhimatam. Kule bhavati dhimatam. Etadhi durlabhataram. Etadhi durlabhataram. Loke janma yad idrisham. Loke janma yad idrisham. Atava yoginameva. Kule bhavati dhimatam. Etadhi durlabhataram. Loke janma yad idrisham. Would anybody else like to chant? Atava yoginam eva. Kule bhavati dhimatam. Etadhi durlabhataram. Loke janma yaridrisham. Anyone else? We'll go to the synonyms. This is the word for word. Okay? Repeat after me. Atava. Or. Yoginam. Of learned transcendentalists. Eva. Certainly. Kule. In the family. Bhavati. Takes birth. Dhimatam. Of those who are endowed with great wisdom. Etat. This. He. Certainly. Durlabhataram. Very rare. Loke. In this world. Janma. Birth. Yat. That which. Idrisham. Like this. So the translation, and this is referring to a yogi, yes, who may or may not have achieved the complete perfection or the complete end result of the yoga practice. So in verse 42, well actually let's just rewind a little bit. Krishna says in verse 41 that the unsuccessful yogi, after many, many years of enjoyment on the planets of the pious living entities, is born into a family of righteous people or into a family of rich aristocracy, Suchi or Srimat. The yogi who's unsuccessful after a short period of practice will go to the heavenly planets in order to fulfill any material desires they may have. And after finishing that term of enjoyment, they will come back down to earth, but they will get a very favorable birth. Yes, either in a family of rich mercantile people, or in a family of pious people, right? Specifically Brahmanas. And in such a situation, one will have a comfortable opportunity, a comfortable situation and an opportunity to continue one's yoga practice. But it's not guaranteed, because one may be distracted by the easy, comfortable life that one is born into. So in verse 42, a different scenario is described for the yogi who has a greater credit of yoga practice in the account. In verse 42, Krishna says, or he takes his birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Verily, such a birth is rare in this world. Right, we can read the translation on the screen. You can repeat after me. We'll do it phrase by phrase. Or, if unsuccessful after long practice of yoga, he takes his birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly, such a birth is rare in this world. Okay. So, he may take birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly such a birth is rare in this world. And this is the condition of someone who's unsuccessful after a long period of practice. Yeah? So if one falls after a shorter period of practice, one will go to the heavenly planets, enjoy, come back down, and take a birth in a Suchi or Srimad family. Either a pious, elevated Brahmana family, or a rich mercantile community. One of the two. But this is not the fate for one who has a longer credit of yoga practice. So let's read the purport by Srila Prabhupada. Can I ask you for a favor? You see this keyboard? I want you to press this down arrow, because that will help everybody to read. Okay? As I go, you press. Purport. I'm using a slightly older edition. There might be some minor differences. Never mind. Purport. Birth in a family of yogis or transcendentalists, those with great wisdom, is praised herein because the child born in such a family receives spiritual impetus from the very beginning of his life. Yeah? It is especially the case in the Acharya or Goswami families. Such families are very learned and devoted by tradition and training. And thus they become spiritual masters. In India, there are many such Acharya families, but they have now degenerated due to insufficient education and training. By the grace of the Lord, there are still families that foster transcendentalists generation after generation. It is certainly very fortunate to take birth in such families. Fortunately, both our spiritual master, Om Vishnupad Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Maharaj, and our humble self had the opportunity to take birth in such families by the grace of the Lord. And both of us were trained in the devotional service of the Lord from the very beginning of our lives. Later on, we met by the order of the transcendental system. Om Jnanatimrandhasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Svayam Rupa Kada Mayam Darati Swaparantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Parakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitam Vishcha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Prachayane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtatade Shatarine Vancha Kolpaturubhyascha Kripasundubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavane Pyo Vaishnave Pyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratvishaya Namaha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangam Langayate Girim Yat Kripata Maham Vande Shri Gurum Dinataranam. If after a long practice of yoga, one takes his birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom, this is the other option. Certainly such a birth is rare in this world. Let's read the purport again, because we're meant really for hearing what our founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada has spoken for us and left in writing. And let's try to minutely understand what he's telling us. Birth in a family of yogis or transcendentalists, those with great wisdom, is praised herein because the child born in such a family receives a spiritual impetus from the very beginning of his life. This is the advantage of taking birth in a family who are already transcendentally informed. From the very, very beginning of life. That means practically from the Garbhadan Samskara. The life does not begin merely with the Jata Karma, with the taking birth. Everyone comes out at the time of birth pretty much in a screaming mess. I have practical experience. I've witnessed it at least once. But that's not the beginning of the life. The beginning of the life is actually at conception. 9, Srila Prabhupada would mention sometimes 10 months in the womb. So conception means when the father and mother are united, and by Krishna's arrangement, then a particular living entity is afforded a body in the womb of that mother. Karmana daiva netrena jantor dehopapati striya pavishtu udaram pumsoreta kanashraya. As a consequence of one's karma, and under the supervision of Daiva, the supersoul, the Lord himself, one is placed in the womb of a particular mother through the medium of the father's seed. So that's the arrangement of the Lord according to what a particular living entity deserves. We each end up in a mother's womb. And what kind of womb is it? Is it the kind of womb where we don't get to see the light because before we are allowed to take birth, we're killed? We have perhaps killed some child in the womb previously, and the consequence is that we are not allowed to see the light of day before we get to take birth. And repeatedly, from one womb to another, to another, to another, we are killed before we can see the light of day. This is one of the consequences of performing this abominable abortion. Life begins at conception. And if one has the good fortune of taking birth in the womb of a transcendentalist, one has the opportunity to hear about Krishna from the very beginning. Just like, well, who can tell me, who are some of the examples in our tradition of devotees who learned from the very, very beginning, even within the womb of the mother? Does anyone know? I'm just thinking of, pardon? Right, Prahlad Maharaj, yeah? So, the demigods were very fearful of the child, even before he had taken birth, because he was the son of this great demon, Hiranyakashipu. And Hiranyakashipu had terrorized the entire universe. So naturally they were afraid, right? Like, as father, how does it go? Like father, like son, right? So, they were expecting that, the father's like this. What will the boy be like? What will the child be like? So they arrested Kayadu, Hiranyakashipu's wife. And Narada Muni, of course, appeared on the scene and told them, this is improper. Yeah, she is the wife of another. You can't take her away like this. They made their excuses. They said, yeah, but in her womb is the seed of this demon. Yeah, we have to deal with this. Otherwise, what hell lies in store for us? So Narada, who is Sarvagya, knows everything, as a perfect transcendentalist, he could understand that within the womb of Kayadu was not another demon, but actually a saintly devotee of the Lord. So Narada took Kayadu into his care, in his ashram, and he began to speak transcendental instructions for the benefit of both mother and child. But Prahlad was especially receptive, even while within the womb of his mother. And he later on admitted, even as a boy of only 5 years old, when he was with his friends in school and he was impressing upon them the importance of taking the spiritual life, he admitted that I heard this from the very beginning. Because his class friends were asking him, how do you know about this? How do you know about devotional service to Vishnu? Our teachers are Sanda and Amarka, right? We are in the family of Asuras. We have no opportunity for hearing any such things about Vishnu or Vishnu service. So what teacher has impressed upon you this information? And he said, I received this from Narada Muni while I was within the womb of my mother. So even when the child is within the womb, spiritual lessons can be imparted. Kripamoya Prabhu, I heard him say this not so long ago. He was giving an example of, let me see if I can remember the story correctly. There was a lady and her son met the Hare Krishna devotees on the university campus. And as soon as that boy, who must have been, 18, 19, as soon as he saw the devotees and heard their chanting, he began to cry. Like he just spontaneously welled up, right? He was crying. You know this one? Yeah? So he went home and to his family and said, hey, I saw these Hare Krishna devotees chanting on the campus. And it had this profound effect on me. I just couldn't stop crying. So his mother, checked in and said, oh, Hare Krishnas? And, were they dressed like this and they were playing their cymbals and chanting that mantra? And he said, yes. She said, before you were born, while you were within my womb, I got this book, The Higher Taste, this cookbook. And I was making some vegetarian preparations. I hope I'm getting the story accurate. Yeah. I was making these preparations and it's said to offer to Krishna, so I was chanting this Hare Krishna mantra. Yeah. And I was doing that for some time while you were, while I was pregnant. And then after some time, life and everything takes over and I forgot that practice. But I was doing that while you were within my womb. So the child in the womb is very much receptive. Very much receptive to these messages. Particularly when consciousness becomes to the forefront, when the consciousness is awoken, towards a later stage of the pregnancy. Yeah? At that time, then one becomes acutely aware of one's predicament. Yeah? Because being packed up in the womb of the mother is not so easy or pleasant. And at that time, it's described how the child prays to the Lord, say, get me through this. If you get me out into the world, I promise I will dedicate myself to your service. So very receptive in that condition. So this beginning means from the time of conception. And if one is born in a family of devotees of Krishna who are naturally engaged in chanting the Lord's glories, yes, reading from the scriptures, chanting the holy names, then naturally the child will imbibe the lessons in that environment. And, they'll pick up the good vibrations. So spiritual impetus from the very beginning of his life. Prabhupada says it is especially the case in the Acharya or Goswami families. Such families are very learned and devoted by tradition and training. And thus they become spiritual masters. Yeah? Devoted by tradition and training. In India, there are many such Acharya families, but they have now degenerated due to insufficient education and training. So tradition, education, training, right? These are all very important to be maintained. And if they are properly maintained, then there is some hope. Hare Krishna, thank you. There is some hope that from one generation to the next, the knowledge and the culture will be passed, and that the children taking birth in such families will have tremendous impetus right from the very beginning to become absorbed in devotional service to the Lord. And therefore, there is the chance of extended and intense purification. Right? Bhagavatam, Srila Shukadeva Goswami says that if you're broad-minded, udaradhi, then one should take to the devotional service of the Purusha Purnam, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, with Tivra Bhakti Yoga, Tivrena Bhakti Yogena, with intense devotional service. Akama, Sarva Kamava, Moksha Kama Udharidi, Tivrena Bhakti Yogena, Yajeta Purusham Param. If you have every material desire, you're hung up on all the things that you want in the material world. Or if you're Moksha Kama, you simply want to get out of this material world because it's hell and you're sick of suffering. You're sick and tired of being sick and tired, so you want to just get out. Or if you're akama, which means that you neither want anything of this material world, nor are you very anxious to get out, because you're quite satisfied with serving Krishna, that makes you akama, without material desire. Whichever category you happen to be in, what is the best thing you should do? What is the most intelligent thing you should do? You should Tivrena Bhakti Yogena Yajeta Purusham Param. Worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead with very intense and intent focus. My English teacher used to say, I remember, well, at least he said once, he said, 20 years, nothing is equal to nothing. So you can do something for 20 years, yes, and get the result of that something. But if for 20 years you don't do something, then those 20 years of no value. So time is of value if we utilize time. Yeah, Chanakya Pandit says, one moment of time is priceless. Doesn't matter how much money you have in your Swiss bank account, yeah? Doesn't matter what your capital is worth. Yeah. You cannot buy back one moment of lost time. It's priceless. So, Prahlad Maharaj says, Kamara acharam, I can't remember that verse. Kamara acharam pragit. Dharma samstar. No. He says from the very beginning of life, from the very beginning, Kamara, when one is an infant, one should take to this Dharma of the soul. The Dharma of the soul. Durlabham. The human form of life is durlabham. It's very, very rare. Yes? And therefore, one has to use it wisely. From the very beginning. From infancy, practically. So if one takes birth in such a family of persons who have transcendental knowledge and can give us transcendental knowledge, then there's a chance that we will be able to utilize the maximum amount of time with the maximum amount of focus for the greatest goal. This is the advantage of taking birth in a family of transcendentalists. Otherwise, what happens? You take birth in a family who know nothing about God, Krishna, or Krishna's devotional service. Yeah? And then, not only do you waste so many years of your life, maybe, who knows when you'll meet devotees and learn about it. I was fortunate. I met devotees when I was 16, but I only started taking it seriously when I was about 19 or 20. I was fortunate. If you come in contact with this knowledge when you're 30, 40, 50, 60, still it has its effect. But the things we learn when we're young, when our ego, our identity is still forming, those things really stick with us, don't they? So if one learns this when one is young, that is the best. Otherwise, one may learn so many other things, and then one has to unlearn them. I've heard there's a famous music school, I'm not sure where, probably in Austria or Italy. They have 2 tiers of fees for their tuition. One tier is for those people who have never studied music before. Yeah? And another tier is for those who have studied music before. Which you think is more expensive? For those that have studied or those that have not studied? What did you say? Those who have not studied, more expensive. What did you say? Those who studied. Yes. More expensive if you've already learned some music, because they have to unteach you or unravel the teachings that you may have already gathered that are not according to their method, not according to their system or their methodology. So, by association with this material world, we pick up so many bad habits. Right? Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda, Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshmana Hanuman, Jai Shri Shri Gaurnitai. So many bad habits we collect as a result of asat sangha, unhealthy association. A Vaishnava is asat sangha tyag. A devotee of Krishna gives up all association that is unhelpful to one's spiritual progress. So without Vaishnava association, what are we likely to pick up in the material world, especially in this age of Kali? Well, there's a very good chance that we will pick up 4 sinful habits. Yeah? We will get involved with people who enjoy intoxication. Right? That's not very difficult in this day and age. I was 15 or 16 when I first started to, seriously go out and take alcohol, because that was my culture. That was the culture I was born in. 15 years old, going to the pub, going to the nightclub, and, right, yeah, doing what pub goers and nightclub visitors do. Because that's what everyone did. That's what all the young people did. Yeah, especially if you're in a sporting rugby culture, and that's what you do. So you learn intoxication. Even though the stuff tastes dreadful, right? There's no reason to drink it. I mean, for any for any palatable purpose, right? It's not a pleasant. You have to learn how to drink it because it's unpleasant, and then you acquire a taste, yeah, because you enjoy the intoxicated effect. So very handily, you can learn how to indulge in the sinful activity of intoxication. Yeah. Fortunately, that was about it for me. I didn't get into anything beyond that. But I know plenty of people who did, right? Soft drugs, hard drugs. It's very easy to go down a hole which leads to dreadful destruction of your life and other people's lives, simply by association. Sad asad yoni janmasu. The living entity, by associating with the three modes of material nature, takes birth in various species, good and evil. Yeah? So you land in a situation which may be evil, and you learn how to get intoxicated. Yeah? You learn how to waste your time in frivolous pursuits and useless games, and you learn how to bet on the outcome of competitions, right? I mean, is there anything more bizarre than kicking a ball around a field, yeah, and trying to outkick the other team, trying to kick that ball into the other team's net more times than the opposing team. I mean, okay, for a little exercise, a little fun, all right, but to make a $1 billion industry out of it. Yeah, I shouldn't say dollar. It's a European and English game. A £1 billion. How many? Who knows how much money is floating around within that industry? Whatever. But people get so worked up about how many times their ball got kicked into a net relative to the other team. Yeah, and it's like their whole life is consumed by whether or not my team kicked the ball into the net more times than some other team. Yeah, and then they try to make money on guessing the outcome, and people can, why stop there? People will bet on the direction of the financial markets to the tune of losing thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of pounds, right? Hoping, wishing, praying that the outcome will be as they wish. They want something cheap. They want it for free. Someone asked me as I was coming in here, actually, how do I win Euro Millions? Someone actually said that to me as I was coming in. How can I win Euro Millions? Because we want something very easy, very cheap. I'll invest £1 or £2 and I'll get out 108 million. Right? Prabhupada said, don't waste your time filling out one crossword puzzle just because they promise you a small prize. Right? So we learn intoxication, we learn gambling, right? We learn how to eat meat because we live in a culture practically where nobody understands that it's sinful to slaughter the animals to eat them. They think there's nothing wrong with it. They're completely bewildered, foolish, and they do not understand the value of mother cow and how sinful it is to slaughter this animal for the sake of one's palate. And so, indiscriminately, they're killing all these animals, racking up heavy karmic debt for the sake of, enjoying something on the tongue, which is completely unnecessary, if you're really obsessed with meat eating, at least let the animal die naturally first. Why do you have to kill it? Why do you have to arrange them, gather them together in a slaughterhouse and mass kill? Extremely sinful, right? But people are born into the situation where that's what they're fed. As a child, as an infant, as a toddler, my mother and my father, they put the flesh on my plate, and I'm told to eat it. For some kids, right, it's old habit, and for some other kids, it's like, oh, I don't think I like this, but then they're forced to eat it, and then it becomes habitual. And then illicit sex, another sinful thing we learn. No brahmacharya ashram, no training, no separation between boys and girls. At the very age where they're most vulnerable, just let them go at it like rabbits. At their most vulnerable age, and let all the girls, have their hearts broken. Let all the boys be, messed up and useless because, right, they can't think of anything else. What a brilliant way to organize your society. Just learning from a young impressionable age how to have sex. Brain completely spoiled, can't think of anything else. So if one is born in such a situation where all one learns is intoxication, meat eating, gambling, and illicit sex, in spite of your so-called lofty, materialistic education, yes, in various departments of mundane knowledge which amount to nothing, since everything vanishes in this world, what is the value of it? Most unfortunate. Good fortune means this: to take birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom, who can hopefully protect the child from such bad habits, who can shield them to one degree or another from bad association. Doesn't mean wrap them in cotton wool and put them in a closet. It simply means to give them good discrimination, to educate those children in what is actually good for them, so that they can make informed choices for themselves and avoid sinful life and take up progressive, uplifting, elevating habits and practices. So from whatever stage of life the penny drops and we realize that I need to make some changes if I'm going to have a bright future. Whatever stage, we have to go forward. Past is past. Past is past. And Krishna consciousness is so powerful that whatever our history, whatever we've been through, whatever impressions are there in our heart, we can very quickly make progress and advancement simply by taking up this powerful process of bhakti yoga, which begins with hearing about the Lord. Yes, hearing about the Lord. So, Srila Prabhupada says that these acharya families, these great spiritual master families in India, have now degenerated due to insufficient education and training. Right? This is the danger, degradation. The danger is degradation. One must maintain the religious principles. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada says, by the grace of the Lord, there are still families that foster transcendentalists generation after generation. It is certainly very fortunate to take birth in such families. So, a yogi, which ultimately means a bhakti yogi, that is the greatest yogi, that's Krishna's opinion. He says in text 47, Yoginam api sarvesham madgitena antaratmana shraddhavan bhajate yomam sama yuktata momataha. Krishna says, of all yogis, the one with great faith who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself and renders transcendental loving service to me. He is the most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. That is my opinion. Shraddhavan bhajate yomam. So the bhakti yogi is the highest yogi. And if one does not complete the process of bhakti yoga, if one does not ultimately realize one's eternal relationship with Krishna and is able to leave this material world altogether, if one is not able to reach that goal at the end of this life, then if one has made great progress, one will be afforded a very, very favorable opportunity in the next birth by taking a body and a family of great transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. It is certainly very fortunate to take birth in such families. So you can see that within our ISKCON society, many of the children who take birth have such a wonderful opportunity. How have they taken birth? In these families, where they from the very beginning get to hear about Krishna and His glories and His service. They must be advanced yogis. And therefore it is the great responsibility of the parents to ensure that they're given all facility to complete their Krishna consciousness. This is the great responsibility of the parent. To see to it that they're not spoiled by asatsanga, and that they're loved and encouraged and helped. And the parents can best achieve that by themselves being shining examples of dedicated, enthusiastic devotees who are kind with others. Srila Prabhupada says, fortunately both our spiritual master, Om Vishnupad Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj, and our humble self, had the opportunity to take birth in such families by the grace of the Lord. Right? Daiva Netrena. The Lord knows, and He knows where to put everybody, in which family, in which situation, in which planet. Krishna knows where everybody goes. So by the grace of the Lord, and both of us were trained in the devotional service of the Lord from the very beginning of our lives. Srila Prabhupada was born in a family of Vaishnavas. His father was a great devotee of Krishna, and his father encouraged Srila Prabhupada from the very beginning. Yes? Srila Prabhupada wanted to conduct Ratha Yatra. As a small boy, his father made all arrangements to hold a wonderful festival in their local neighborhood. His father gave Srila Prabhupada Radha and Krishna deities to worship at a very young age. Prabhupada saw the worship of the local deities. Think Radha Govindaji. And he used to emulate that worship. He had his own pair of deities, his own Radha Krishna, whom he used to worship. He said, of course, when I went off to college, then my worship of the deities became a little slack. But the impression was there, deep within the heart, from an early age. And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he was born, of course, in the family of Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur. A ray of Vishnu. Bhaktivedanta Thakur prayed for a ray of Vishnu to help uplift humanity. So, the arrangement was made. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur took birth in that family and had all opportunity and protection from a very, very young age. Srila Prabhupada says later on, we, means himself and his Guru Maharaj, later on we met by the order of the transcendental system. Prabhupada says in one lecture, who knew that I would come to America? Who knew that you young boys and girls would come to me? He said, I was born in a particular family, my Guru Maharaj was born in a different family. Who knew that we would come together at a specific time? Who knew that I would come to his shelter, that I would receive his instructions, and that I would take up his mission very seriously? And that at an old age, who knew that I would come to America, and that you boys and girls would come to me? He often would say that my spiritual master has sent all of you young people to me to help fulfill the order of my Guru Maharaj. This is the transcendental system. Some people said, Prabhupada, you've done so many wonderful things, so much magic. Prabhupada said, I don't know what I've done. I simply tried to fulfill the order of my Guru Maharaj. That is all. He said, if you stick to the order of the spiritual master and you make it your life and soul, Krishna will make the magic happen. This is the transcendental system. Everything is moving under the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Does anyone have any questions or reflections? Yes.
If you born like as you told, because it said it is very rare, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very rare. If it happened, is it then on this planet or could be any planet? Or
So you're asking,
yeah, which is it in this planet or in other universum or another? Or it's all possible. Or
it's all possible. There are living entities everywhere, and how will anybody be helped or uplifted if not for devotees going everywhere? Yeah? Devotees going everywhere. I can't find it right now. There is a purport where Srila Prabhupada says that the movement of Lord Chaitanya is meant for, it spreads all over the universe. It's not limited or confined to this planet of ours, this earth, this Bharatvarsha. It goes all over the universe, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement. Yes? It goes all over the universe. So, wherever Krishna has a purpose, whatever is his will, and whatever our destiny is, whatever we are meant to go through, whatever experiences we are meant to collect, Krishna will place us in the womb of some mother. Yeah? And if we're Krishna conscious, then wherever we go for Krishna's service is good. We were reading just earlier from the Krishna book how for a devotee, if there's no devotional service, then in heaven, then that heaven is hell. And if there is devotional service in hell, then that hell is just like heaven. So it does not matter where one goes in this material world. What matters to the devotee is that I have an opportunity to remember the Lord, and I have an opportunity to render service to the Lord. That is the real import of going back home, back to Godhead. There's so much service to be done here. Some devotees, I think Srila Prabhupada confirmed this, that some devotees, they are always rendering service in this material world. There's so many places to go, so many living entities who have no information. And such devotees who travel everywhere to preach this message become very dear to Krishna. He says that at the end of the Bhagavad Gita. There's no one more dear than those devotees who instruct the science of Bhagavad Gita to the devotees. We have to be like, we're gardeners, and we're meant to distribute the fruits of Krishna consciousness to one and all. We're also meant to, you could say, we're like identifying fit recipients or ripe fruits. Because not everybody is willing or ready to receive this information. Not everybody wants to hear it. And it's recommended that we avoid such people. Because if we try to give them good advice and we try to give them spiritual knowledge, they simply become angry. Yeah, there are such people like that. They're envious of Krishna. They don't want to know anything about the Lord. Yeah, I've met such people. And to try to instruct them is an offense to Krishna, because they will simply become more offensive the more you try to preach. If, a serpent is already venomous and envious, and you try to feed it something sweet, like milk and bananas, its venom will only increase by taking that milk and banana. So preachers are meant to avoid the envious, but they're meant to find those who are innocent or simply in ignorance of their predicament. And we are supposed to inject this transcendental knowledge into their brains by intelligent means. So, and there are living entities everywhere. There's Sarvaga, they're everywhere. So yes, one can take birth in a family of transcendentalists anywhere within the material creation. Any other questions? Yes.
You mentioned before this verse, Shloka.
Yeah.
You mentioned you can also do a little bit.
Yes.
What if you go to the heavenly
Yes.
planets and then come back?
Yes.
And that's also supposed to be everywhere, or is that
Okay.
working? And can you, because then you in heavenly planets, can you then increase in? Yeah, how to say?
Okay. Decrease your yoga enthusiasm? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, like that, like maybe mistakes or
Yes, yes.
not progressing.
So, yes, we're going to have Arti now, but very briefly, one sentence answer. After a short time of practice, one gets the result of going to heaven, fulfilling one's material desires, then coming back, taking birth in a family of rich people or pious people, where one has an opportunity to make further progress, right? And again, that could be according, wherever Krishna decides, to put you, according to suitability. But you can get distracted, yeah? Distracted by the nice situation of that family. So if they're not transcendentalists, there's a chance that you won't pick up transcendental information. Where will you pick it up from? You'll get distracted by the wealth or the comfort. Yeah? But there's a chance that you will pick up some spiritual knowledge if it's a Brahminical family, if it's a pious family. Yeah, you'll have more opportunities to progress. Krishna will remind us. Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki, Shri Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki, Jai.
Shri Radha Gokulanand ki, Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Gauranitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Ki Jaya Jaya Gaurachandra Arati Shobha. Gadadhara. Vasa Chatradhara. Nikate Advaita Shini Vasa Chatradhara. madhura meranga baje paramarasala shankha baje ghanta baje madhur madhur madhura baje shankha baje ghanta baje madhur madhur madhura baje shankha baje ghanta baje madhur madhur madhura baje madhura 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 baje madhura 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 baje Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Baho koti chandra jine vadana ujjvala baho koti chandra jine vadana ujjvala gala dese bana mala kore jalamala gala dese bana mala kore jalamala shiva sukha narada premi gada gada shiva sukha narada premi gada gada Gaura Rasampada Bhaktivedanta dekhe Gaura Rasampada Kiva Jayo Jayo Gaura Chandre Arati ka Shobha Janave Tatavane Jagamanalobha Gaurange Arati ka Shobha Jagajanamana Gaurange Arati ka Shobha Jagajanamana Lobha Gaurange Arati ka Shobha Jagajanamana Lobha Jagajanamana Lobha Jagajanamana Lobha Nitai Gaura Haribol 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol Nitai Gaura Haribol 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarine Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Chaitanya Nityananda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Chaitanya Nityananda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Shri Radha Gokulanand ki
Jai Om Vishnupad Paramhans Parivrajakacarya Stotra Shishimati His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Anant Koti Vaishnav Vrind Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaur Bhakta Vrind Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Sham Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Braj Bhumi Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Navdeep Mayapur Dham Ki Jai Ganga Maiya Ki Jai Yamuna Maiya Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Srimati Tulsi Maharani Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulanand Ki Jai Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande All glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Hare Krishna. Hare.
Okay, Hare Krishna, we are just going to do Narasimha Aarti, so please, requesting everyone to please take a seat. It's just 5 minutes. Namaste Narasimhaya Prahlad Lad Dhaine Hiranyakashipurvakshah Shilatankanakhalai Ito Narsingha Parto Narsingha yato yato yami tato Narsinga. Bahir Narsingo Hridaye Narsingo. Narsinga Madem Sharanam Prapade. Tave kare kamal vari nakam adbhut shringam dalita hiranya kashipu tanu bringam Keshavedrita Nare Hari Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hari Jaya Jagadish Hari Jaya Jagadish Hari. Jaya Narsingha Dev, Narsingha Dev, Narsingha Dev, Jaya Narsingha Dev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Shri Narsingh Dev Bhagwan ki, Shri Prahlad Maharaj ki jai.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Mahaprasadam is being served in the reception area. You're welcome to make your way there now. And we'll also be continuing with kirtan, some chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra in the temple room. So, plenty to do. Okay. And we're expecting a big noise this evening. Hare Krishna.
I'll go and unravel it from the back.
It's like, oh, you asked me to play? Are you gonna play? Are you gonna play? Are you gonna play? Yes, let's not get aggressive. Here, we're done. Come back more? Really? Yeah. I can try, but I think he's ready to go.
Look at his perfect teal.
He loves it. When I go home, he's like, yeah. This is what. Do you want to say something about graduation? Oh, because also dedicated. Yeah. My mom was here too. But I think maybe your mom can see it. Yeah. We just do. Or maybe we can do the first one and then she's just stick with the kids doing shot having Maha after that. This is where. This is, they call it well, he saw it in the small. It's very this is from the Catholic region. They call it Mama, you want to say something before we start? Where's Cubby? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Would you like to say something about Luchumash? This is also her cousin. So there he is.
Shall we say when everyone comes, money and all that?
Yeah, we can do one.
Yeah, you can start one kirtan and then we can do it. Better that way.
Okay, we'll start with another. Let's do all that jazz. Yeah. Okay, no. Okay, that one. Oh no. Just Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, everyone. Hare Krishna. I just wanted to give you some background information. One of the reasons why we go together today is also in remembrance of our dear Manju Varshini, who passed away in Vrindavan very recently. She had cancer. She's been battling with that for quite some time, and she's been taking the Ayurvedic medicine, natural medicine, for quite a long time. Unfortunately, things didn't work out our way, and we lost her a few days ago in Vrindavan. So this gathering is in remembrance of her, to remember her, because Manju Varshini has been doing amazing service, especially for Bhaktivedanta Manor. Bhaktivedanta Manor has gone through so much challenges, especially in the 80s. You may remember we didn't have the kind of congregation we have. You can see now, especially on Janmashtami, we get 100,000 people coming in. And the early days, it wasn't like that. So the support we get to maintain this temple was very challenging. So the temple president in the 70s, he established a program called the ICAP, the Indian Community Affairs Program. And that was running for some time to get together some of our congregation members to support us so that the temple can be sustained with the operation. But then in the early 80s, the ICAP program advanced, progressed so much that we established what we call the United Kingdom Life Membership Program. So Manju Varshini was one of the main members, myself, Manju Varshini, and also there's quite Shruti Dharma, Pranabandhu, Atmanivedan Swami, all these devotees who are part of the United Kingdom Life Membership Program. So Manju Varshini specifically were focusing alongside her god sisters. There were 5 brahmacharinis. I can see one of them, Varshana Devi, she's here. She was one of the closest member of that group. And also Anuradha Devi, Gadadhar Prabhu's wife, my wife, Mani Manjari, Devi Dasi, and also Janavi. Those 5 were together, you know, and they were supporting a specific program called the Khan program. The idea is not only to engage, you know, the wealthy, you know, who can support the manor, but also those people who may not be able to afford to offer a large amount of donation. By placing Khan in their house, they can collect whatever they can. So it's a form of engaging every single community member. So they painstakingly, they went through door to door every day and collecting those cans. You can imagine their back was hurt, carrying cans with coins and everything, and also visiting different families throughout winter, throughout the summer. They've done that for years. So they were establishing that foundation, and that was headed by our Prabhu, Gadadhar Prabhu. Gadadhar also served as a pujari, head pujari for many years. So he organized this whole program. And that's how we used to sustain the temple. We used to have a regular donors, and we used to have also donors from the community, general community. So Manju Varshini, that way, she's played a significant part in the early days, establishing the foundation of the temple. And towards 1988, she got married to our good brother Krishnanandan Prabhu. His father, his parents are here. I'm very pleased to see that. And also Manju Varshini brother Navadvip is here as well, somewhere, including his daughter Radhika. So I'm happy to see them here. So Manju Varshini took initiation from Gaur Govinda Maharaj in 1988. And Gaur Govinda Maharaj also provided an installed Gaur Nitai deity for them to worship. And they've been worshipping Gaur Nitai ever since 1988. Beautifully, you know, she used to make all kind of outfit for the deities, all kind of feasts during a program. And she also maintained as a grahasta her service here at the manor by taking care of Tulsi Devi, by preparing flowers alongside Janava Devi for the altar for Bhaktivedanta Manor. So in that way, she's offered significant service in the past, and as we all do, we all have to move on. So she's moved on, so we want to keep her in our prayers. Please think of her, pray for her, and let's absorb ourselves in this kirtan, wonderful kirtan by these wonderful devotees, and pray for her. So I appreciate it very much for listening to me. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna. Hare Bol.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna Vaishnavas. Thank you for coming this evening. And yeah, there is dual purpose in the evening. As you know, we come every week to do our Wednesday night kirtans here in the temple room. And yeah, this week we're also celebrating the life of Agnidev Prabhu. One week ago, as most of you know, he passed also. And so to celebrate the lives of these wonderful Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, we're planning on singing, obviously Mahamantra, but also lots of bhajans this evening. So we're doing our best to try and get bhajans on the screen, but otherwise, please also bring them up on your phone so you can follow along and sing these beautiful bhajans. We're picking many that were Agnidev's favorites. So yeah, please get on your phone phones. This is the one time phones are allowed in Kirtan. And Hare Krishna.
So we're starting with a beautiful bhajan by Bhaktivedanta Thakur called Atma Samarpane. So if you want to look that up whilst we're reading the translation, Atma Samarpane. Surrendering to you lifted from me the burden of false pride. No longer will I try to secure my own well-being.
O Lord, I am confident of your protection. For like one of your cows or calves, I am your treasured property.
O Madhava, I see you leading your herds to pasture on the banks of the Yamuna. You call to them by gently playing your flute.
By slaying giant demons such as Aga and Baka, you will always provide full protection, O Gokula Kana.
Fearless and confident of your protection, I will drink the water of the Yamuna.
The Kaliya serpent's venom poisoned the Yamuna's waters, yet that poison will not act. You will purify the Yamuna, and by such heroic deeds enhance our faith.
You who are called Govinda and Gopal will surely protect me by swallowing the forest fire.
When Indra, king of the gods, sends torrents of rain, you will counteract his malice and protect us by lifting the mighty Govardhan hill.
When the four-headed Brahma steals your cowherd boyfriends and calves, then too you will surely protect me, O Gokula Hari.
Bhaktivinod is now the property of Gokula, your holy abode. O Keshava, kindly protect him with care. A very apt song for New Gokul.
Atma Samarpane. Atma Samarpane Gelaya Biman Nahi Korob Nija Rakavidan. Atma Samarpane Gelaya Biman Nahi Koro Bunni Jara Kabidan. Madhava Jamuna Tire Bamsi Bajao Tada Kabidire. Bhaktivedanta Rakovidan Koro bisadatuhun Gokulakan Raka korobi tuhun nishoy jani Pana korobun hama jamuna pani Kaliyadaka korobi vinash Kaliyadaka korobi vinash Shodo binadi jala badayo piyash Piyato davanalam Rako bivarshane girivaradhari Piyato davanalam Rako bimoy Gopala Govinda Piyato davanalam Rako bimoy Gopala Govinda Namatavahoy Surapati Durmati Nasha Vichari Surapati Durmati Nasha Vichari Rako bivarshane girivaradhari Rako bivarshane girivaradhari Chaturanana Korabo jaba chori Raka korobi mujhe Gokulahari Bhaktivedanta tua Gokuladan
রাঘবি কেশব করত যাতান রাঘবি কেশব করত যাতান आत्मा समर्पणे गेलय अभिमान नाही करो निजारा कविदान Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Atma Samarpane
this one. The gift. O Lord Hari, I have spent my life uselessly, having obtained a human birth and having not worshipped Radha and Krishna. I have knowingly drunk poison. The treasure of divine love in Goloka Vrindavan has descended as the congregational chanting of Lord Hari's holy names. Why did my attraction for that chanting never come about? Day and night my heart burns from the fire of the poison of worldliness, and I have not taken the means to relieve it. Lord Krishna, who is the son of the king of Raj, became the son of Sachi, Lord Chaitanya, and Balaram became Nitai. The holy name delivered all those souls who were lowly and wretched. The two sinners, Jagai and Madai, are evidence of this. O Lord Krishna, son of Nanda, accompanied by the daughter of Rishabhanu, please be merciful to me now. Narottam Das says, O Lord, please do not push me away from your reddish lotus feet, for who is my beloved except for you? Hari Hari Bifale Janama Gonaino Hari Hari Bifale Janama Hari Hari Bifale Janama Gonaino Manusha Janama Paya Radha Krishna Nabajiya मनुष्य जन्म पाया राधा कृष्ण नबाजिया पाया राधा के जानिया शोनिया विश कायनु जानिया शोनिया विश कायनु गोलोकेरा प्रेमादना हरिनाम संकीर्तना Hari Name Udarilo Jilo Hari Name Dina Hina Jata Hilo Hari Name Udarilo Hari Name Udarilo Tar Sakshi Jagai Madhai Tara Sakshi Jagai Prabhu Nanda Sutta Rishabhanu Sutta Juta Aha Prabhu Nanda Sutta Rishabhanu Sutta Juta Corona Coro E Baro Corona Coro E Baro Narottama Dasa Koi Natalio Rangapa Narottama Dasa Koi Natalio Rangapa Toma bina ke ache amara Toma bina ke ache amara Brajendra Nandana Jai Sachi Sutta Hoila Se Brajendra Nandana Jai Sachi Sutta Hoila Se Balarama Hoilo Nitai Balarama Hoilo Nitai Aha Prabhu Nanda Sutta Vrishabhanu Sutta Juta Aha Prabhu Nanda Sutta Vrishabhanu Sutta Juta Corona Coro E Baro Corona Coro E Baro Narottama Dasa Koi Natali Harangapa Narottama Dasa Koi Natali Harangapa Toma bina ke ache amara Toma bina ke ache amara Hari Hari Bifale Janama Gonaino Bifale Janama
So the next bhajan we'll sing is Parama Karuna. The two lords, Nitai Gaurachandra, are very merciful. They are the essence of all incarnations. The specific significance of these incarnations is that they introduced a process of chanting and dancing that is simply joyful. My dear brother, I request that you just worship Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda with firm conviction and faith. If one wants to be Krishna conscious by this process, one has to give up his engagement in sense gratification. One simply has to chant, Hare Krishna, Hari Hari, without any motive. My dear brother, just try and examine this. Within the three worlds, there is no one like Lord Chaitanya or Lord Nityananda. Their merciful qualities are so great that upon hearing them, even the birds and beasts cry and stones melt. But Lochan Das regrets that I am entrapped by sense gratification. Since I have no attraction for the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, then Yamaraj, the superintendent of death, is punishing me by not allowing me to be attracted by this movement. Parama Karuna. Parama Karuna Pahu Duijana Nitai Gaura Chandra Parama Karuna Pahu Duijana Nitai Gaura Chandra Sabayavatar Sada Shiromani Kevalananda Kanda
bajo bajo ba chaitanya nidai sudrida vishwasa kori Vishayacharya Sera se majiya Mukhe bolo Hari 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 Vishayacharya Sera se majiya Mukhe bolo Hari Hari Mukhe bolo Hari Hari Mukhe bolo Hari Hari Parama karuna pahu dui jana nitai kauna chandra Parama karuna pahu dui jana nitai gaura chandra Sabayavatara Sada Shiromani Kevala Nanda Kanda Sabayavatan Sada Shiromani Kevala Nanda Kanda Dekoreva Tribhuvanena Emona Doyala Data Dekoreva Tribhuvanena Emona Doyala Data Pashupaki jure Pashana vidare Shuni Jandra Guna Gata Pashana vidare Shuni Jandra Guna Gata Pashupaki jure Pashana vidare Shuni Jandra Guna Gata Pashana vidare Shuni Jandra Guna Gata Samsare Majia Rohile Poria Se Pade Nahilo Asha Samsare Majia Rohile Poria Se Pade Nahilo Asha Apana Karama Bunjaye Shamana Kaho Elochana Dasa Apana Karama Bunjaye Shamana Kaho Elochana Dasa Apana Karama Bunjaye Shamana Kaho Elochana Dasa Bunjaye Shamana Kaho Elochana Dasa Apana Karama Bunjaye Shamana Kaho Elochana Dasa Parama Karuna Nitai Gora Chandra. Oh Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Oh Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Oh Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Oh Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Parama Karuna Nitai Gaura Chandra ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. We'll now turn around very swiftly to take darshan of Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda and continue the kirtan. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Manish Papa.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, oh, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, oh, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, oh, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. जय राधा गोकुल नंद राधा गोकुल नंद राधा गोकुल नंद श्री राधे जय राधा गोकुल नंद राधा गोकुल नंद राधा गोकुल नंद श्री राधे जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान सीताराम जय लक्ष्मण हनुमान जय गौरनिताय 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 जय गौरनिताय जय गौरनिताय 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 जय गौरनिताय जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद गीताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल बोलो निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल We'll finish with Nishringadev prayers for all the devotees' safe travels back to Krishna.
Namaste Nara Shringhaya Praladhaladadaine Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha Shilatankanakalaye Ito nishringha para to nishringha Yata yata yamita to nishringha Baher nishringha rida ye nishringha नरसिंहमदिं शरणं प्रपदे तव कराकमलवरेण अद्भुता शृङ्गा दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृङ्गा केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवगीता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे ओ जय जगदीश हरे जय नृसिंहदेव 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 जय नृसिंहदेव जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल गौर हरि बोल श्री श्री नृसिंहदेव भगवान की प्रहलाद महाराज की जय श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की जय श्री श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय श्री श्री गौरनिताय की जय श्री प्रभुपाद की जय निताय गौरा प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल तरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः।
वैष्णव
Govinda ki jai. Shri Harinam Prabhu ki jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming and joining us to celebrate the lives of these great devotees. And I hope you had a wonderful, deeply spiritual and nourishing experience as well. If you would like to come each week, we do kirtans here, just so you're aware. Every Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. until 9:30 p.m., we're chanting for Srila Prabhupada and Shri Radha Gokulananda. So please join us. And Hare Krishna. See you next Wednesday. Before you leave, if you could just grab a mat and start to stack them up. Thank you so much. Hari Hari. Haribol Vaishnavas, we love you, we care for you. Please exit the temple room. Hare Krishna. We'll see you next Wednesday, 100%.
It's so nice. I'm like, let me go win this one. I got messed up from the second when I'm marching. Like, we just hungry. She wrote something. It's like, oh, damn. That's out. I will stop.
It's 6 weeks, not even. It's there. Don't let perfection get touch.
Thank you so nice.
I will stop you.
Perfect.
I need it. You have to do it.
Give it to Vixen Matt.
I'm kind of left without it because he didn't even remember that it's wrong. These are these crack bumpers out of Big shot. What about this mill?